Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us on Cattle Day. We are going to get started right with our breeding female. This is a junior calves, 3 to 6 months. I have Kiara Conine with 56 ranchers, with 2 of them coming into class.
Well, if there's anything that's gone right in Ramona and this week, I think we've been very, very consistent at starting off on a really, really high note. And today's no different because the young lady, if I'm not mistaken, they both belong to her. And she brings us 2 really, really good ones. They're very different in their type and kind. And obviously, one's a little bit further along in terms of weight per day age and kind of where they are in their maturity pattern. I'm going to go ahead and leave them as they come in. And we're going to use the red female to go ahead and win. That is nothing to take away from the quality of either one. I like how much further along she is and her maturity pattern. I love the feature of that one. I think she's still plenty stout in terms of her muscle. I think she's plenty stout in terms of her bone work. You add that kind of front end, and I think that's awfully impressive. In a perfect world, I'd love to get that one just a little more set, a little more bend to that one's hock, but that's being awfully critical of a very nice female. I think the young lady knows that the black one's best days are ahead of her. Obviously, when that one settles down, she's going to be quite the firecracker in terms of not only attitude, but in terms of what she can do down the road. I actually think that one may be softer in the long run in terms of her depth of side and her boldness to her body. She's obviously not wanting to cooperate, so she wants to duck her pins, kind of round out of her hip, just wants to throw her back wheels together just ever so slightly. But again, I think that's for 2 very, very high quality females. Obviously, there's a lot of potential for each one. Let's go ahead and give these young exhibitors a round of applause on a really, really good start to our show.
Winning this class is Kiara Conine with Firecracker. Second place, Kiara Conine with Houdini. Coming in class 2 is breeding females, senior calf, 7 to 12 months, of Connor Mahol, Luna Contreras, and Maya Contreras. Connor's with All Tribes FFA, and Luna and Maya are with Romano Pazana's 4-H.
Well, again, I think we have a really, really good set of exhibitors and cattle that we come in. Young man, I feel for you because I know that that's not a fun position to be in. And just like we talked about in the swine show yesterday, when they decide to be a little bit of a butt, they're going to take advantage of you. But we're going to go ahead and leave them as they stand right now. Young lady up front's going to go ahead and win. And I want to commend y'all for the breeding program. It sounds like y'all have cows at home and that maybe you raise these. And I think that's awfully, awfully cool. And again, it's kind of funny how the world comes full circle because all morning I worked on Brangus registrations and the THR. So it's kind of neat when you get to see some things in action and then some young exhibitors get to do those things as well. Ultimately, I just like the design of the young lady up front. You talk about one that is so elegant in terms of the way that she's built. You read her from the ground up, and that one's probably never going to be the stoutest. She's never going to be the burliest, but that's why we have Brangus bulls to make them in that way. We can breed her a lot of different ways in terms of making her just a little bit stouter, but it's really, really hard to put that kind of looking one from the side to be so elegant ahead of her blades, so good in her top line. You get in behind her, and you're darn sure not disappointed in terms of where her pin's set in her. But again, if we could just stouten that one up ever so slightly, that would darn sure help. I think the second place female actually has that advantage. She's probably just a little bit heavier muscled. Because of that, she comes in a few different parts and pieces. Because she's a little bit stouter, a little bit burlier, she's not as neat up front. She's probably just a little bit plainer, a little bit shorter necked. But again, I know what Americans look like, and that is darn sure being really, really picky on a very good one. Again, I think that one has the advantage in terms of her width from behind. I think she's actually a little bit stouter in terms of her muscle shape. She probably stands on a bigger foot. Again, a very, very nicely designed female, just doesn't have the elegance of the one that goes ahead and beats you. Young man, nothing to take away from yours, because if you're looking for them to be really, really stout, that's the one that you gravitate towards. And she's actually probably the boldest in the center portion of her body. With that comes some other challenges. Not only is she kind of hard-headed, she's a little bit open about her shoulder. She's a little bit coarser in terms of her tail head. Again, I know that she's trying to let us know that she's really, really athletic, but she's probably just a little bit quick in terms of her pattern. She's a little bit quicker in terms of maturity. But three very, very good females that come to us in our breeding show. Let's give these young people a big round of applause because I think they're very deserving of it.
Your second class of breeding senior calves, first place Maya Contreras, second place Luna Contreras, and third place Connor Mahol. Coming in next, we will need all first and second place to come back for our breeding drive. Coming in for class 3 junior yearlings, 13 to 18 months. Abigail Martin, Manzanita 4-H, Cameron Martineau, Ramona Wranglers 4-H, Colby Powell, Lakeside Middle School FFA, Colby Powell, Lakeside Middle School FFA, Easton Martineau, Ramona Wranglers 4-H, and Wyatt Powell, East County Grange.
Well, again, I apologize for taking a little bit of extra time, but I'm going to make sure that these kids get the look that I need. And I don't care if you want to be first in your class or if you're just fighting for a hole at the bottom. I'm going to give them a fair judgment across the board. And this class is extremely challenging to put together. And in my head, there's a few different ways you can go. So if you're sitting ringside and you want to see them a little differently, I'm not going to sit here and argue with you. I'll tell you, for me, these things start at the ground, and they've got to be flexible there, because where I live, if they're not flexible, they're not going to make it very long. And I'm trying to raise show cattle, I guess, down the road. So we've got to start with some pieces, and then we can build upon it. The one that I'm most confident in terms of her foundation, is the young man's black one up front. You study that one in terms of her foot size. You study her in terms of her bone work and her width at the ground. I think she's the most impressive. From there, she still pairs that with still being stout enough from behind. She's stout enough in terms of her muscle shape everywhere. Again, you accompany all of that with being the most feminine ahead of her blades, being the most maternal in the center portion of her body. That's why that one wins. I guess if you want to be really, really critical on that one, maybe she has a little bit of extra set to her hock. But that doesn't bother me. I'd sure rather him have a little extra set than not enough. So again, very, very nice job, you young man. If you like them a little stouter, you like them with a little more junk in the trunk, then you love the yellow heifer. For me, she's just a little more restricted, and I think that's where we start to run into some problems for the remainder of the cattle. She's just a little more tubular in the way that she comes to us. But I still think she's the most relaxed about her angles. I still think she brings the highest quality look from the side. You read that one again in terms of muscle shape and density. That one is the burliest of that top pair. She's, again, just not as soft. She's a little bit plainer ahead of her blades in comparison to the one that wins. She's a little more upright in terms of her posture and the way that she throws it down. But again, that is a very, very good female. Just a little bit different in terms of her maternal qualities from the one that goes ahead and wins. Young lady, and from the side, this one makes a case to go a little bit further up. It's when we get this one of emotion, she makes me question her shoulder. She's just a little bit farther open about it. She wants to get a little bit coarser. She's a little bit straighter there. Because of that, her neck doesn't sit off the top side of her skeleton quite like the ones that go and win do. You are doing everything you can to maximize that female. She's never going to get her head up quite like some of the ones on either side of her, but there's not been a time that you haven't given me a really, really good look. Like I said, from her shoulder back, I think she's awfully, awfully good. She's a little bit softer than the one that goes ahead and beats her. I think she's just a little bit bolder. Again, it's just her shoulder angle that gets me. She's a little bit plainer about her head and her neck, just a little bit plainer in terms of the way that she looks from the side because of that. But a very, very nice female. If we could just change her angles, she moves up. Same thing goes for the young man's red and white one. If you're looking for somebody that can raise a steer mama is what we call them back at home, then that's the one that you can gravitate towards. You can breed her to a bull that's maybe just a little bit flatter, a little bit flashier. For me, we've got to relax her in her angles. We've got to deepen her and soften her in the center portion of her body. It's in motion that one gets pretty straight up front for me. Again, she too can't get her head quite on the top side of her shoulder because she's open and coarser right there. You watch her on the go, and she's pretty staggered in terms of her movement. She's a little bit plainer about where her tail head and her hook and her pin sit into her body, just a little bit shallower and cut up in terms of her flank. But a very, very good female in terms of finding a breeding piece and being able to utilize that one down the road. Young man, you are the one that I can't figure out exactly what to do with, because I know that breed is not built to be quite as big as these. Because of that, she probably doesn't have the frame size. She doesn't have the dimension. But you talk about one that is awfully maternal. You talk about one that is awfully sound. For me, in comparison to when we get some other beef breeds out here, she's probably just a little bit flatter. She's not as dense in terms of her muscle shape. She's not as dense in terms of her pin set. Wants to get just a little bit narrower there. She wants to round out to her hip. If you're talking Highland cattle, I think that one is awfully, awfully good. Could we make that one just a little bit freaky or a little bit longer about her neck up high? I think so, we could. But that is, again, being very, very critical. Again, that one is a little bit of a troublemaker for me because I haven't figured out exactly where she needs to go. But I'm the most confident putting there in comparison to some other beef breeds just because she's just a little bit plainer, a little bit narrower in comparison to her contemporaries. Young man, that's not a very good spot for that female because I think she has a lot of quality. She's by some margin the skinniest out here today. She has a world of future. That one is really, really stout in terms of her feature. I think she's really good in terms of her bone work. She's good in terms of her width at the ground. She may be one of the bolder made females for what she is in terms of her age and where she's at for this stage of the game. But again, she's probably the greenest by some margin because of that. She doesn't show the extra dimension, the extra density of the ones that go ahead and win. she definitely has an advantage in terms of her chest and her neck in terms of the one that goes ahead and beats her. But again, we just don't have enough of that one to move her up today. You've done an awfully good job of getting that one presented to me today. Let's give these 6 a round of applause. I think that's an awfully good class and an awfully interesting class to go ahead and round out our breeding heifers.
Coming back from this class, first place is Cameron Martineau. Second place, Easton Martineau. Third place is Abigail Martin. Fourth place is Colby Powell. Fifth place, Wyatt Powell. And sixth place, Colby Powell. Next coming into the ring are senior yearlings, 19 plus months old. Danny Lynn Miller, LCAP, FFA. Carly Lazalier, Ramona, FFA. Maya Contreras, Ramona Paisanos 4-H, and Maya Contreras, Ramona Paisanos 4-H. After this, we will come back with our breeding drive. I will need all first and second place winners from each class for breeding drive.
Time, but I've been told you never come back from Copperhead Road.
Well, another really difficult class to put together. We've got some differences, and again, in terms of maturity, we've got some differences in terms of a pretty aged cow that comes out here, and she's probably not ever going to be as fresh as what a coming 2-year-old is going to look like. So you have to play some differences in your mind. But again, I still start with skeleton, and that's where we've got to start at the ground. And I think the young lady up front still, again, has the best skeleton one. You accompany that with being really, really, again, elegant from the side. Young lady, I don't know what your cows look like at home, but now I think I might have a good idea because they are all very, very feminine made. Everything that you've brought me has been very, very feminine, very, very refined. I think she's bold enough in the center portion of her body. If you're going to be really, really critical, you could probably blow that one out in terms of her forerib. Right in behind her shoulder blade, she's just a little bit plain. She wants to get a little bit flat. But from a 3/4 view, I think that one blends awfully, awfully good. If you take that out of the equation, I think she still gets out and goes with as much ease off either end of her skeleton of anything that we've seen today. Congratulations to you, young lady. It'll be fun when we get back out here into our grand drive momentarily. I think your closest decision comes in 2 and 3 because you've got some differences in terms of type and kind. I like the femininity. I like the refinement of the female that goes ahead and sits in second. I think that female is just a little bit neater in the way that her shoulder ties into her body. She's a little more open in terms of the center portion of her body and the turn to her rib. You get in behind her, and that one is no slouch in terms of where her pin sets in her body. If we're going to criticize that one, she needs to be a little bit stouter at the ground. I think she wants to get just a little bit on the frail side. She wants to throw her hocks in quite a bit, getting out and going. And I know that one's not acting very good for you. So that becomes kind of a wash. We decide we're going to lay some priorities. We could freshen that one up just a tick. But I commend you. I think you said she was October calving in November or something of the sorts right in there. So that takes a lot of work to get a show heifer bred to calve on time. So congratulations to you. Again, if you want to switch 2 and 3, I'm not going to sit here and argue with you all day long because that female resembles the one that was the red and white one that was in the class before us. She, too, is just a little more open about her shoulders. She wants to get a little bit heavier there and her front 1/3 of her skeleton. She wants to get just a little bit coarser about her head and her neck. She wants a little bit coarser about her tail head, but that one is exceptionally stout, young lady. I think there's a lot of options that you can breed that one to. Again, it's a little bit harder to see her in comparison to some 2-year-olds because she's going to be a little bit bigger. She's going to be a little more mature in terms of everything. That one's extension up front is awfully, awfully cool. She, again, is just a little bit plainer in terms of her shoulder and her chest floor. Wants to get cut up into her flank. I wish we could make that one just a little bit softer, but I think that one has a lot of uniqueness in terms of what she can breed that one to down the road. Young lady, that's nothing to take away from your shorthorn heifer because that one is as elegant through her front 1/3 as you can make something. I think she's really picked up and neat in terms of her head, her neck, and into her chest floor. It's just from there back we got to give her more. I think she's deep enough sided. We just got to make her bolder. I know you said she wasn't quite bred yet, so I think her best days are going to be ahead of her. She's probably behind the margin comparison to some other ones. She doesn't have the extra spring to that one's rib. You get behind her in probably the narrowest pinned one, and that's where we're going to beat up on her quite a bit. But if you're talking from the side, I think you can move up quite a few places just in terms of her elegance. Just got to give her more. Just got to make her softer all the way throughout. But let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. A very, very excellent junior brief breeding show.
Coming back from this class, Maya Contreras. 3rd place, Danny Lynn Miller. 4th place, Carly Lazalier. Just give us a quick second and we will get to our breeding drive.
especially for just being, if I remember right, a January. I think that one's really in good shape. I think she's the right size. That's key in my mind. I think she's a perfect size. I think she's bold enough in the center portion of her body. I think that one is exceptionally stout. Maybe one of the stouter ones in terms of her pin width when you get in behind her. She's probably not the freest and easiest on the move. If I remember correctly, I think she's a main, and that probably comes with the territory in that kind of area. She's probably wants to throw her front feet out. In Texas, we'd say to Dallas and Fort Worth. Here, I'm going to be honest, I don't know the geography very good, so I can't make a funny joke. But I think that's still a very, very nice female. Time will be that one's best friend. Young lady in the second hole, that one won because she was the most elegant from the side. I think she still puts the most pieces together. She's the neatest in terms of her top line. She's the neatest in terms of the way her hip lays in her body, her tailhead lays in her body, and still so maternal and the way that she's put together. You get her back out here, maybe in comparison, she's just a little bit frailer in terms of her bone work in comparison to some others. But I think her stoutness is good in terms of her width of skeleton, her muscle shape. All of those things read really, really good. Now, I commend those two, I think they're sisters, if I'm not mistaken, on breeding a really, really nice set of them and breeding a really nice set of Ultra Blacks. I think they have a lot of use not only in the breeding industry and the show heifer deal, but in the commercial deal as well. Young man came out of the most contested class there, and I thought that one won simply off of her foundation and her being able to accompany that with so much elegance from the side. I think that one is awfully neat and puts a lot of really, really cool pieces together. You can do a lot with that female because she's not overly stout. I think she's right on par for just being stout enough for me. I think she's so good in the center portion of her body, so flat in the way that her shoulder lays in there. You get in behind her and you are not disappointed. You know, we talked in that class, maybe she has a little bit extra set to her hock. But in comparison, I think she's really, really good there in comparison to trying to be too straight or anything like that. Is she the wildest necked one out here? No, she's not, but they don't have to be for me. I think they just have to be elegant enough and feminine enough. Very, very nice heifer to go win that really, really tough class. Kind of the same song and dance when we got into our fourth class. I just thought this female brought the most good of her contemporaries. When that young lady gets her part from the side, all of her angles read absolutely excellent. I think she's so good in terms of the center portion of her body cavity. She's good in terms of the teat development that she does have. I didn't ask her when she was going to calve, but if I had to take a guess, probably right on par for calving as a 2-year-old. You'd read that one in terms of her angles. I think she's awfully, awfully impressive. Again, maybe we can make that one just a little bit stouter in terms of her forerib. She wants to get just a little bit flat there, but sometimes that comes with the territory of being really elegant from the side. So we have to play in some territory there and kind of decide where we're going to lay our priorities. I think a very, very good set of them. I'll put the mic down. We'll get you a champion and a reserve. Nothing against our seconds, but I'm going to tell you that our champion and reserve come out of this first lineup here. So let's give our exhibitors a big round of applause because they're awfully deserving, and we'll get you a champion momentarily.
Cameron Martineau, reserve champion Maya Contreras. Blackburn. Then we will come back with our champion and our reserve breeding, Cameron and Maya, to do a best in show. After that, we're going to take a 10-minute break before we go into market.
Well, the young bull just wanted to show us how athletic he was. Wait to give this young lady a round of applause, but we'll give her like a silent applause. Make sure that bull doesn't get real excited. But young lady, that's a very, very bull calf. I think you've done an excellent job. I think you said you went and picked him out. So I think you're doing an excellent job in terms of finding him. That guy is exceptionally stout at the ground. I think he's really, really wide based. For an ultra black, I think he's very, very extended ahead of his blades. He's still got just a little bit of American character. And if I had to take a guess, that would work really awesome in this area. That one is very, very good in his lines in terms of his feet and wheels. Again, really, really stout, really good bodied. If we're going to get really, really picky on him, I think we could probably, give him a little bit better attitude. I think he's kind of having a good time out here, and now he's got some friends, so he's starting to settle down just a little bit. So it's just going to take some time, but it's going to be a really, really fun project for you. If we can make him just a little bit better behind his blade and just strengthen him in his top line, maybe just flatten him in his shoulder ever so slightly, that makes him even that higher quality. But I think you're going to have an awfully, awfully lot of fun with that young bull. I think he's going to be a lot of fun for you, especially once he's settled down. So congratulations to you on your champion bull. I went ahead and brought the heifers out here just so that we could get him a little bit of friendship, and that way he wasn't kind of running around and showing us how athletic he was the whole time. Again, I think we have a really, really nice trio out here, and it makes it really tough to go and find a champion in reserve. I'm going to set the mic down and go take one more look. We'll get you a champion in reserve. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause, especially this young lady for sticking in here and making things happen with that bull.
Your best in show, your champion bull goes to Kendall Blackburn. Your best in show goes to Cameron Martineau. Reserve, Maya Contreras. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 3:05 with your market classes. I'd like to introduce our judge, Jenna Hine. She's a 2019 graduate of Texas A&M University with a degree in agricultural sciences. She was named on Purple Circle magazine's 30 Under 30 list in 2021 and 2022 for her efforts in youth development across the agriculture industry. Jenna currently resides in Sealy, Texas, where she and her family operate Higher Up Cattle Company, a cemental Cimbra-based operation that focuses heavily on the junior program, along with working for Ranch Hand Analytics, a data service company that works with seed stock and commercial cattle breeders across the country. In addition, she has been fortunate to judge across the country and looks forward to working with the next generation of agriculturists. Please give Jenna a warm welcome. We're going to be starting with our market classes. Our first class, I have 6. These are market beef weighing 1,108 pounds to 1,197 pounds. I have Christine White, Valley Center 4-H, Christine White, Valley Center 4-H, Elizabeth Dunbar, 56 Ranchers 4-H, Blake Sheppy, Santa Isabel Julian 4-H, and Jade Miller from Valley Center 4-H.
off in a really, really good fashion. And the one that I go ahead and use to win the class is simply just the combination steer. You talk about one that's far enough along in terms of his condition. Talk about one that's good enough from the side, and then you accompany that with plenty of muscle shape. Again, I think that's the easiest place to start. I think that one is really, really good from the side. Maybe we could change him in terms of his back wheels just ever so slightly. But again, that's a very, very complete steer that you're doing an awfully good job of showing. I think it'll be fun when we bring back all of them. We'll talk about that one maybe a little bit further in terms of comparison to some other cattle and when we get him back out here for the grand drive. Young man, you have the advantage in terms of muscle, but it's there that kind of causes us some problems. That one wants to get just a little bit earlier maturing. He wants to get just a little more upright in terms of his shoulder blade, just a little bit plainer in terms of the way that his hock hits the ground. If we could free him up on either side of his skeleton, it makes that pair even closer because I think he has all the ability to lay on fat. I think he has all the ability to lay on muscle. It's just his foundation that's not allowing him to utilize it quite as well or quite as comfortably as our class winner. But guys, when you get behind that one is awfully, awfully impressive in terms of the amount of stoutness that guy has from stifle to stifle, especially in terms of his upper hip. If you want to say that one has the advantage right in behind his blades in terms of weight and you put your hands on him, that's fine. If we could get that one a touch farther along, again, that makes that pair even closer. But again, a nice pair to go ahead and start. Young lady, you have a distinct advantage in where you've got that guy in terms of his finish. And if you want to switch that pair because of that, I'm not going to sit here and argue with you. He has a disadvantage in terms of cutability. He's just a little bit plainer in terms of his overall muscle shape. But that guy is as good built as anything that we've seen in this class. I think he's plenty good enough in terms of the way that his neck ties into his shoulder. He's good in terms of his hip and his tail head set. I just want to power that guy up a little bit more than what he is right now. But again, I think you've done an awesome job of getting that one where he is in terms of his condition. And again, if you want to switch that pair because of that alone, I'm not going to sit here and argue with you because I'm more confident in that guy hanging out the rail in choice. Again, very, very nice job to you, young lady. An awfully good presented steer. Young lady in the 4-hole, I wish that this guy was just 90 days more on feed. I wish we had a little more time on him because I think he has all the parts and pieces that we need to go the long haul. He's the most extended ahead of his blades. He's the neatest in terms of his top line. He's got turn to the center portion of his body. He's even got some soundness in terms of when you get in behind that guy. There's just not enough of him today. He's probably the plainest in terms of his condition. He's the plainest in terms of his muscle shape of the 4 that are up high. But again, I think he has the lines and the look and the structure to go ahead and go the long haul. I just needed 90 more days on him right now, and I think we both know that. But again, you're doing an awfully good job of getting that one presented. Young man, again, I want to commend you for where you have that one in terms of his finish because I think you've done an awfully, awfully good job at making real-world cattle work in a show ring because that guy's probably never going to be the showiest in terms of his lines. He's just a little more jammed up front. He's a little bit plainer in terms of his footwork. He's a little bit plainer in terms of his overall muscle shape. But I think you're doing a really, really good job of feeding that guy because he, just like the red steer in front of you, is probably one of the better ones in terms of his condition. You put your hands on that guy, and he's got some fat deposition over his 12th and 13th. And that guy's not a big guy, so it's taking you a little bit of work to get you where you are, I'm sure. But again, a very, very good fed calf. Just needs more to make him a little bit showier and make him a little bit stouter to compete with the ones ahead of him. Very, very good class to start off our market steers. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
From Class 1 for Market Beef Drive will be Jade Miller from Valley Center 4-H and Christine White, Valley Center 4-H. Coming in Class 2 Market Beef, we have beef weighing 1,226 pounds to 1,288 pounds. Preston Anderson, Santa Isabel Julian 4-H, Maya Contreras, Ramona Paisanas 4-H, Chase Nickens, Ramona FFA, Cody Sheppy, Santa Isabel Julian 4-H, Peyton Scott, Santa Isabel Julian 4-H, and Luna Contreras, Ramona Paisanas 4-H.
Well, the heat just keeps coming, and I think we have a really, really good one to go ahead and start. Young lady, if then you get that one stuck and presented, I think that's an awfully, awfully good calf. He has a distinct advantage in terms of muscle shape, overall product, body shape, all of those things. I think he checks the boxes. And then you add that kind of look from the side, and I think that's awfully, awfully impressive. I want to commend you because you've done an absolutely hammered job of getting that one where he is in terms of his skin and his hide and getting that kind of hair on. I know what it's like trying to get him hairy at home, and I know it's just as hot, if not a little hotter here, and that's an awfully, awfully hard task to get done. If we're going to nitpick on that calf just ever so slightly in comparison to maybe some others we've already seen, he's a little bit farther forward in the angle to his shoulder. Because of that, he probably wants to get outside of himself up front. You get in behind that calf, and maybe for as much mass as he has up high, as much body shape and as much roundness to that guy's rib he has, he gets just a little bit plain and to the point of where his pin's set in him. But man, that guy is still awfully, awfully big hipped. That is me being, again, very, very critical. If you could strengthen that one up in his hock and maybe just move his hock into his body and take away just a little bit of the bow that he's got, I think that calf is awfully, awfully hard to pick a hole in. But again, young lady, that is me being very, very critical of a very good calf. That one, again, will be fun when we get back out here into our champion drive. Young man, that's nothing to take away from your Shorthorn appearing one there in second. But he came into a heater class and kind of just ran into some really, really tough competition up high. You talk about that one in his own right, and I think you'd be awfully, awfully impressed if he came in here in a class of his own. For being a little bit further along in terms of his maturity, he's still really tucked up in terms of his chest floor, really neat about his head and his neck. I guess if you're going to get really critical on him, you want to just make him a little bit smoother everywhere. He wants to just get a little bit choppy up front. He's a little bit harsher in terms of the center portion of his body. He wants to throw his back wheels just a little bit funky. Doesn't probably flex with as much reach as we'd really, really love to see. Because of that, he wants to duck his pins. I think that one is awfully, awfully good, though. Again, in his own right, that guy's got plenty of muscle shape. I think he's good in terms of his finish, especially for this weight. I think those two have a distinct advantage in terms of where they are in product and finish, all of those things. Young lady, again, if that one is in a league of its own, I think we'd be awfully impressed. If I had to take a guess, that one could win its class here a couple of times in different county fair years. For me today, he just ran into some tough competition up high. But again, you get that one stopped and parked and presented. You do an awfully, awfully good job of getting that one and giving me a really, really good look. He's got a lot of basic fundamentals. He's not the most opened up in the top side shape. He's not the most opened up in terms of his pin width. But for what he is, I think you've maximized the heck out of that calf in terms of making him a really, really good market steer. I guess if you're going to get picky on that guy, we want to get him just a little bit further along in his finish. He's just a little bit bare when you put your hands on him. And if I had to take a guess, he's probably just a little bit more immature than some of the other cattle that we've seen today. So that's just going to come with time. But I think that's a really, really good basic market steer. We could just put a little bit more on him. He could even rival the one that sits ahead of him in second because I think he's got a little bit better basic build. Young man, that is a meat and potatoes kind of calf right there, and you have done an incredible job of getting that guy right in terms of his finish. If you want to switch that pair, because of that, I'm not going to argue with you. He kind of falls into the same category as some of the others that we saw in that class beforehand. He's just a little bit plainer. He's a little more practical, commercially kind of practical type calf. If you're going to hang that guy, you're going to make a good buck and a good penny because that's what the feeder guys want in terms of turning them out on feedlots and making real-world cattle. He just has to have a little bit showier look up front. He's a little bit jammed up there. He's a little bit plainer into where his hip lays into his body. He's a little bit plainer in his base work at the ground. Because of that, he doesn't lay the foundation to have as much shape up high as the ones that go ahead and win. But again, an awfully finished year that you've got. You've done an awesome job of getting that one brought here to the county fair. We run into two that kind of fit in the same category. We just have to have more of them in order to move them up. I think the young lady still has a little bit more in terms of true product up high, true product when you get in behind him. That calf has the advantage over some of the others in terms of his finish. So commend you, young lady, for getting that one where he needs to be. Again, just up high. He wants to get just a little bit plainer. If you want to switch that pair because that guy's got a little more grow to him, then that's fine with me. For me, he just flattens out a little too much. Same can be said about the calf that rounds class. That is a long frame extended calf, and in a real world setting, I think that guy has a lot of good. We just got to give him more. I think it's coming. I think he's just a little bit skinnier, a little bit barer than some of the others that we've seen. He's just a little bit flatter, a little more trim, I guess, in some areas than the others that we've seen. If you bullet that guy apart, I think you can really move him up because his lines from the side are good. He just doesn't have enough to compete. Very, very good class. Let's go give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Coming back from Class 2 is Peyton Scott and Chase Nickens. Third place went to Maya Contreras. Fourth place, Cody Sheppy. Fifth place, Luna Contreras. And sixth place, Preston Anderson. Coming in next are beef entries weighing 1,294 pounds to 1,358 pounds. Samantha White, Valley Center 4-H. Paige Sanisa from San Isabel Julian 4-H. Sammy Maquetta, Ramona FFA. Chloe May Hawkins, Ramona FFA. And Jacob Parker, Ramona FFA.
Well, I think another challenging class to put together because we have differences from top to bottom. When you start to pick these calves apart, I think you have to place some priorities in different places. And again, I know I've said it all week, but depending on who's sorting this, maybe we could switch some around. I'm still the most confident in the young man's calf up front to go ahead and win. Initially, that one probably didn't hit me as hard as what he does when you have him parked like that. I thought he was maybe just a little bit harder, and I'm not sure that he's the hardest he's not the hardest by any means. I'm not sure that he has the advantage in terms of overall width and in terms of his rib cage. I don't know that he has the advantage in terms of shape up high, but I do think he's the combination calf again. I think he's a little bit further along in terms of his muscle pattern. I think he's a little more impressive, especially when you get him behind the cattle. He's got more turn to the lower portion of that one's quarter. I don't think he plays out quite as much as one that sits in second. I think he's a little fresher in the way that he comes to us. I don't want to call the one in second a stale, but that's the word that keeps coming to mind. He's just a little more mature in the way that he comes to us. Young man, I think that's just a combination calf. He's the biggest footed. He's the stoutest constructed. He's the most impressive when he gets your hands up high. He's the most impressive when he studied the cattle in behind. He does not have the advantage in terms of getting out and going on the move. He wants to get just a little bit rigid in his back wheels. Maybe that's where some of the other cattle have an advantage. But again, combination is what wins it for me. Congratulations to you, young man, on your class win. Young lady, there's a case to be made for that one to be in the champion hole. But for me, he's just a little bit more mature in his type and kind. He's a little bit staler in the way that he comes to us today. You can see that in terms of his chest floor kind of falling out of him. He wants to get just a little bit plainer in terms of his top line. It's essentially, when you read him from the side, you can see right there, he's just a little bit plainer in terms of the turn to that one's lower quarter. He wants to flatten up there, especially when you get in behind the cattle. He does. Again, he's probably deeper sided, maybe just a little bit softer sided than the one that wins. But again, there's just some problem areas that we want to correct. And I just got to give that guy a little more freshness to go ahead and move up. But congratulations to you two on a very, very close pair. If you want to sit and switch them, I'm not going to argue with you all day. I think there's going to be cases to be made for each one of those to win. Young lady in the 3 hole, again, that's just the most complete of the ones remaining. I'm not going to say that he's the most overwhelming of anything that we have in the class, but of the trio that we have remaining in this class, he's still the heaviest muscled. He's the best in terms of his finish. He's the best in terms of his body cavity. He's the best when he get off on the side of the cattle. I think he doesn't have maybe a show steer look, but he's got the showiest look of the ones that remain. Again, you do an awfully good job, a very correct steer. In order to move him up, we just got to make him a little more extreme in every one regard. I think he's got to be a little more trim up front. I think he's got to have a little more expression on the top side of his skeleton, especially right in behind his blades. But again, very, very nice, complete calf that you've done an awfully good job of getting to the end. Young lady in the 4 hole, I have no doubt that calf is going and making choice when you hit him on the rail. That is a very, very good bodied calf. And I think he has all the parts and pieces in the world to go and keep putting muscle on. So that's a really good project for you. Right now, he's just a little bit plainer, and that's just kind of how the cookies crumble today. You study the cattle from behind, and he doesn't have the pin width. He doesn't have the turn to that one's lower quarter as the ones that go ahead and precede him. He wants to get just a little bit plainer in the base of his chest. That happens when cattle get fat, but I think you've done an awfully good job of making something out of one that probably was never going to be a class champion show steer, but I think he's done an awfully good job of making a real-world show calf. So congratulations to you, young lady, on a job well done. Same thing goes for you, young man. That is a very extended calf. He's probably as extended through his front 1/3 of anything that we have, especially in the bottom trio. For me, he just plays out in terms of muscle. He plays out in terms of width. He's a little bit shallower bodied. I think he's laid on fat in a very, very good manner. We just got to add a little bit of muscle shape to increase that one's cutability. Again, very nice class 5. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Congratulations to Samuel Maquetta and Samantha White coming back for drive. 3rd place, Chloe Mae Hawkins. 4th place, Paige Sanisa. And 5th place, Jacob Parker. Coming in our next class is market beef weighing 1,369 pounds to 1,397. I have Clayton Kreitz, Fallbrook FFA, Ty Ty Edmonston, Santa Isabel Julian 4-H, Matthew Parker, Ramona FFA, Sierra Mendenhall, Santa Isabel Julian 4-H, and Cameron Martineau, Ramona Wranglers 4-H.
Timber round Nakado.
champion drive tonight, we will need all of our first place hogs ready and our seconds on standby. For goats, we will need our first and our seconds ready. For cattle, we'll need our firsts ready and our seconds on standby. And for sheep, we'll need our first and our seconds ready. Thank you.
Well, as challenging of a duo up top as I think we've had, maybe even the entirety of this week, because I think there's a lot of trade-offs between the two. And, I talked about in the beef show, or the heifer show, I'm big on structure, and I know that structure matters, especially still in a steer show. If it came down to who was the fattest or who had the most muscle, we would hang these things on the rail. And so maybe that comes into play and we start to think about some things. Then we put balance into perspective. And I know, again, if we were just going to cut these out and say, hey, that's the heaviest muscle, that's not the heaviest muscle, then we wouldn't even show these things. So when we go to talking about these two, I think for both of them, structure becomes a wash. And then we start to start to go down a list and think about who's the most balanced, who's the biggest muscled, who's the stoutest in terms of their framework, who's the most complete when it all comes together. And in my head, I think the young man up front has the more complete calf. And I know that guy does. He still comes in parts and pieces, but in comparison, I think he's probably a little bit harder to make. I think he has a little more extreme pieces in terms of what we do. Now, I will be the first to tell you, I do not love that one shoulder. He does want to splay out. And again, Dallas and Fort Worth is what I'd say if we were back home. He's just a little more opened up there. But he's a little more opened up, and that allows him to put a little bit more right in behind his blade in terms of the top side of his skeleton. I think he opens up into a bigger, more productive, more pliable center body. You get in behind the cattle, and I think he still has the advantage in terms of what he has from behind. I think there's a little more junk in that guy's trunk. He's got a little more turn in the center portion of that one's quarter. You even go into his lower quarter, and I think that's where that guy begins to win. Again, you get that guy parked and put him on a three-quarter view. He's a little bit rounder bodied. He's a little bit deeper sided. He's a little, I don't want to call him tubular, but I guess barrel bellied in terms of what he can lay up high. Again, I don't love that one shoulder, and I sure wish we could change his structure from the rear skeleton as well. But his hock is still good. He just doesn't utilize it quite as well. That's where the case can be made for the young man in second to go ahead and move up. When that guy is parked and standing there, I think that calf is awfully, awfully good. You did a better job of getting that one finished. I think that's maybe where we begin to critique him. Young man up front, that one's just a little bit bare to the touch for me. I think the young man in the two-hole has that one kind of on target of where we need these cattle to be. It's in motion that one I don't love. I think he wants to get up in his spine. He gets just a little bit rounder in terms of his shoulder. He's a little bit plainer and more mature about his front end. You get in behind the cattle, and again, he just wants to he wants to play out just a little bit. If we could soften that guy up, maybe even just take a little bit of frame size off of him, I think that would sure help him. I think his hind leg is more attractive. Like I said, he doesn't come together quite as neat as the one that goes ahead and wins. That is a very, very close pair. If you're sitting in the stands and you want to go ahead and switch them, I'm not going to sit here again and tell you that you're wrong, because I think there's a lot of trade-offs. Standing still and in motion, I think the cattle make cases for themselves to win. I'm just more confident in the one that goes ahead and wins to come back in here for our grand drive later tonight. But who knows? We haven't seen the entirety of the show. Those two could stay together. I think that's how close they are. So, young man, in the second hole, you're not out of the hunt yet. We just got to add a little bit more from behind for that guy in terms of his lower quarter to get him up any higher. Very, very good set. Nothing to take away from you in the third hole, young man, because that is a very, very practical steer. I think he's very extended at front of his blades. He's very good in his top line. He's probably one of the sounder calves that we've had in the ring today. Just got to add a little bit more to him. I think he needs a dose of a little bit of muscle shape, and that just comes with time. I think he has all the framework to be able to do that. I think he's wide enough. I think his base width is wide enough. I think he's round enough in his rib cage. He's probably as good an angle to his shoulder of the ones that are in front of him. But again, just got to have a shot more to move him up any higher. You do an excellent job of presenting that calf. Young man in the 4-hole, that guy is packed full of muscle. He's probably the highest cutability calf that we have in here. Sometimes that comes with challenges. He's just a little bit more jammed up. He's a little more jammed up front. Doesn't utilize his front end skeleton quite as well. He too is a little bit harsher about his body. You study that guy from the side, and I think you're awfully impressed with the amount of turn that guy has. So the last 1/3 of his skeleton, again, very nice calf. For me, we just got to soften him up a little bit. Young lady, you have the softer calf, and I think you've done a very, very good job of getting that calf fat. He just didn't have the framework to allow him to put the muscle shape up high. If we could combine you and that young man steer, we're really cooking with something there. Unfortunately, can't do that today, and it's just unfortunate that your calf's just a little bit plainer, more mature about his front end, a little bit plainer chested, wants to cut up in his flank, doesn't have the extra dimension to go ahead and move him up any higher. Very, very good class. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Congratulations to our callbacks from this class, Clayton Kreitz and Cameron Martineau. Third place went to Matthew Parker. Fourth place, Ty Edmonston. And fifth place, Sierra Mendenhall. Next in this Class E, I have steers weighing 1,437 pounds to 1,457 pounds. Tatum Stanley, Cameron Martineau, Jacob Parker, and Joseph White.
But you can't touch that.
And I'm sorry, after our market drive, we will be taking a 15-minute break before we roll into showmanship.
The sheriff on the
Well, I think a very, very interesting calf that goes ahead and we used to win the class. When the cattle are standing there, I think you can make a case for either one of these to go ahead and maybe move up, depending on, again, where you want to lay some priorities. But when you put this guy in motion, I'm a big fan of quality livestock that look just as good standing there as they do moving. I'm the most confident in the way that one shoulder lays into his body. He is not the best standing right behind his blades. And I'm actually going to say that if you took just a little more hair off of that one top of the shoulder, he probably even looks better fore-ribbed. Maybe it's just a little bit of a shadow there. He's not the boldest there, but I don't think he's bad by any means. But you put that kind of top shape in one, and then you finish him correctly, and I think that's what gets that calf the class-winning nod. Again, you put that guy parked there, I think he's awfully neat in terms of the way his head ties on the top side of his shoulder. He is, again, bold in the center portion of his body. He has a distinct advantage when you get in behind the cattle. I think he has a distinct advantage when you talk about probably 1,400 pounders that need to be pretty darn close to finish. He doesn't appear that way from the outside, but I can assure you, when you get your hands on him, you're awfully impressed at where he's at from a condition standpoint. If we're going to get really, really critical on him, he's maybe just a little bit mature in his type and kind. He's a little bit bigger headed, a bigger skulled, wants to get a little bit plain in the base of his chest. If we were going to make that guy really, really good, we make him just a little bit better into his flank. But he's not built to do that, so that's okay, and we're going to take him for what he is today. That's a very, very nice calf for you, young man. Congratulations on your class winner. Young lady, you didn't bring that one to be second, and I know that because you do an awesome job. You've done an awesome job of where you've gotten that calf in terms of his presentation. He just ran out today, and he's a little bit bare when you put your hands on him. He's not as explosive at the top side of his skeleton as the one that goes ahead and wins. He, too, wants to play out just a little bit when you get in behind the cattle. In motion, I wish we could change that one just a little bit. Guys, if we could combine those two, I think we're really, really cooking with something. For me today, he's just a little bit plainer into his pins. He's a little bit flatter in his lower quarter. He wants to knuckle up on his pass turn pretty good. And that's ultimately where I can criticize him the most. But that in his own right is a very, very nice calf that you do an exceptional job with. Congratulations to you, young lady. If you want to switch 3 and 4 here, I'm not going to argue with you all day. But, guys, I would encourage you to put your hands on that young man's calf that sits in third. The amount of loin and ribeye that guy has is awfully impressive. So you don't think he has that much from the outside, but when you put your hands on him, it's awfully impressive. He's being a knucklehead for you, young man, and that sucks, and I know that that's not a very good feeling, but I think you're doing an awfully good job. If he would let you present himself, I think he would make a case to be a really, really good show steer from the side. He's very extended ahead of his blades. He's tucked up in his chest floor. He's not the furthest along in terms of and maybe that's where we can criticize him a little bit. Again, probably just being a little bit of a knucklehead out here and never wants us to give a good look. But that is a very, very practical calf. We just got to get him further along maybe to move up. Again, what you see is what you get, and that's okay for either one of these steers. But I would encourage you to put your hands on that young man's steer, see how big that guy's loin is. If there's a carcass contest, I'd be very excited for what that calf could do for you, young man. If you like him pretty from the side and really, really complete, then you're going to love that young man's calf that sits in fourth. And if you can make a case for either one of these two to flip-flop, that is the more complete calf. And I know you're probably thinking in the stands, well, that's what you've been using the entire time. There's just not enough to that calf for me to move him up. We got to blow him up high. He wants to get a little bit rounder to his edges, just a little bit plainer all the way throughout. But I told that young man, you're doing an awfully good job, and you did an awfully good job of getting that one's hide where it is. That's something that I want to commend you on. He has a little bit of character out here, and that may take away from his overall design, but that's probably the cattle that work the best out here. And I know that because I'm from a very, very hot climate as well. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. I think we have two really, really good ones at the top end to go ahead and win and be second in this class. Congratulations to all four of these on very good projects.
Coming back from Market Beef Class E, Cameron Martineau and Tatum Stanley. Third place, Joseph White. Fourth place, Jacob Parker. Next in the ring is our last Market Beef class. These are Market beef weighing 1,507 pounds to 1,555 pounds. I have Sam Edmonston, Santa Isabel Jillian 4H, Landon Kreitz, Ramona FFA, Landon from Fallbrook FFA, Matthew Parker from Ramona FFA, Darby Quantrell, Ramona Wranglers 4H, Mason Stanley, Santa Isabel Jillian 4H. After this, we will have our beef feeding class. And then we'll go into, after this class, we will have our drive, and then we'll go into our feeders. Oh, I apologize. There is no drive. We go right into our feeders after this class. My apologies.
Well, we round out our market steer show, and I think it's been awfully, awfully good. I think all of our class winners have been exceptional in their quality. Your kids, again, I've said it all week, have been absolutely awesome. I'm sure the feeder kids will be just as good, so I'm not going to harp on them too long because I know we still have those to do. But I think that there's a really, really nice set to go ahead and round this out. These are getting to be a little bit bigger. They're a little bit more mature. But I still think the young man's black and white one up front makes a case to win, especially standing still. You talk about one that puts it together so eloquently. I think that guy is really, really good in terms of the way he ties in the top side of his shoulder. I think he's big and opened up right in there behind his blades. You get in behind him, and I think he's still awfully, awfully impressive. I'll tell you the thing that keeps coming to mind. If I could take that one home and slick him off and show him as a slick steer, I think people would be awfully, awfully impressed. I brought him back home on the airplane. But for me, if we're going to get really, really nitpicky on that guy, maybe we can make him just a little bit bolder right in behind his blades. He wants to get flat right in this upper tape of his rib, right in behind his shoulder blade. I think he's a little bit flat in terms of his forerib. But some of that is because he's just a little bit more opened up there. And, you know, we talked about in one of those other classes, they've got to be a little bit opened up in order to have some expression up high. They don't have to be big and bold, but his feet go the right direction. I think he reaches and flexes with a lot of ease. He is very, very balanced. Again, if we're going to get really nitpicky on that guy, I wish he was just a little bit further along in his condition. And that sometimes comes with ones that are that bulky and they've just got a little bit extra. Again, that one will be fun to get back out here and sort. If we could combine, again, 1 and 2, I think we're really getting somewhere, and maybe we have one that could run away with the show, because where one excels, the other doesn't. The one where the other excels, one maybe has just a little bit of a fault. If we could put that kind of rib shape in the one that goes ahead and wins, I think we're going to be really, really cooking with something. For me, he just plays out up high. He wants to get a little bit plainer in terms of right in behind his blade and over his loin. You get in behind the cattle, and he wants to flatten up in terms of his stifle muscle, just gets a little bit plainer in terms of his overall makeup. But, man, you talk about one that is awfully good in terms of his depth of side, his turn to his rib. He's probably a little bit flatter shouldered. For me, again, just runs out of play in terms of the one that goes ahead and beats him. Young lady, yeah, I think you have a really, really nice year if we brought him in here on his own. He just ran into some heaters up high. He, too, kind of follows the same story. He just gets a little bit plainer into the touch. I think he's a little bit further along than our class winner in terms of his condition. But you get in behind the cattle, he's a little bit plainer in terms of his bone work. He's a little bit plainer in terms of his muscle shape up high. Study him from the side, and the same can be said. Again, just a little more traditional in terms of the way that his neck ties into his shoulder. He has a distinct advantage in terms of the way that his shoulder blade lays into his body. It's just from there that we got to make him a little bit stouter, a little more extreme. The same can be said to go ahead and round out the class. I still think that black calf has a little bit of an advantage in terms of muscle shape. You read that guy in terms of turn to the center portion of his body. That is a very long, extended type of cattle. He is very good in terms of the amount of twist and the amount of turn that he has to his quarter. Comparison to some ones that are ahead of him, he just doesn't have the look. He doesn't have the extra completeness of the ones that go ahead and win. But again, young man, you've done an awfully good job of getting that one where he needs to be in terms of real world cattle and fundamentals. So congratulations to you. If we could just give that one just a shot more power, a shot more show steer, I guess, for lack of better words, would make that guy just a little bit better in his class or a little bit further up in his class. If you want to switch 3 and 4, I'm not going to argue with you. Young man, again, this is real world cattle that probably work here, and it's good because I think that guy is really, really well fed. We just got to give him a shot more. You know, we raise Americans at home, and kind of the backside of it is they don't come with as much punch as some of the exotics. See, you probably didn't start with as much punch as some of your fellow classmates or your contemporaries. If you're going to study that guy in his own right, I still think that's a very, very nice calf. He just runs out of play. But if you want to study one that's extremely big-footed, extremely stout in his bone work, for that one's type and kind, he's still very extended ahead of his blades, good in terms of his chest floor, good in terms of the way his shoulder lays into his body. He just doesn't have the extra mass to compete with the ones ahead of him. But in a real-world setting, that one really, really works down here, and I think you've done an awfully good job of getting that one to the point that he's at. Let's give our market steer exhibitors a big round of applause. This has been an excellent show. I'm excited to see what the feeders look like.
Coming back for champion drive tonight out of this class is Landon Kreitz and Mason Stanley. 3rd place, Darby Quantrell. 4th place, Sam Edmondson. And 5th place, Matthew Parker. We will be having a 15-minute break after our feeder class. I have 3 coming in this class. Morgan Martinez from All Tribes FFA, Maya Contreras, Ramona Paisanos 4-H, and Anthony Trujillo, All Tribes FFA.
Well, our kids bring us a really, really nice set of feeder steers or feeder cattle, I guess, for a more correct term, because we've got a heifer out here. But before we talk them, I'm just going to give a shout out. My dad and my parents don't stay up very long. So it's a little bit later in Texas. I think they're watching right now, so they might not get to hear anything that happens in the Grand Drive. So I'm just going to tell them thank you for letting me come to California on vacation. While I take care of this, they're taking care of a lot of responsibilities in terms of a show barn and things of that. So parents, if you're watching, thanks for letting me come hang out. It's been really, really fun. We'll get into kind of more of that when we get into our Grand Drive speech. But we finish out our market show or our feeder show, any of those, really, really strong. That young lady up front, that is a very good calf. I don't know how big that one gets, but for right now, that one is the best by a good margin. You talk about one that is so neat from the side. I think that guy is exceptionally good in his build. I think he's so good in the way that he ties in the top side of his shoulder, how flat he is in his shoulder for as much as he possesses. That one reminds me of a market hog, but in a good way, because he's not only bulky and big and stretchy, but I think he's so good. And when he gets out and goes, I think he kind of takes himself into a league of his own. If you want to switch 2 and 3, I'm not going to sit here and argue with you. I think there's cases to be made for each one of them to win. I'm a bigger fan of the heifer that goes ahead and sits in second, and in terms of her overall quality, I think she's a little more extended ahead of her blades. I think she's a little bit bolder in the center portion of her body. Is she the farthest along in terms of her muscle shape? No, but I think she lays the foundation for that up high and what she can come down the road. If you want to change that one, you could fix her in her hip. I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt. She is fighting that young lady quite a bit. If I had to take a guess, it's probably her first trip to town. She's just trying to figure it out. So although her tailhead doesn't sit just perfectly in her, I think that's the reason she's getting a little bit wonky there, is because she's fighting the halter so hard and getting underneath herself. Young lady, that is nothing to take away from your steer there in the 3-hole. Or if you're going to bring that one back maybe to another show or take him as a big one, I think he'll be a lot of fun. I think that guy's neat in the way that his neck ties into his shoulder blade. He's big and opened up in the center portion of his body. For me today, he's probably just a little bit farther behind in terms of the softness to that one's body. He doesn't have the extra shape up high as some of the other ones that precede him in class. But when you get that one parked, I think you do an awfully, awfully good job in terms of showmanship. You have some evidence that he's got some muscle shape. Just got to give him a little bit more to move him up. If we can make that one a little bit stretchier and softer, I think we can move him up even further in this class. But let's give these 3 exhibitors a big round of applause.
Congratulations to Anthony, Maya, and Morgan. We are going to be taking a 15-minute break, which means we'll be coming back at 4:35 for our market beef showmanship classes. We will start out with our senior showmanship classes. First class, or class 17, Jacob Parker, Chloe May Hawkins, Landon Kreitz, Mason Stanley, and Sam Edmonston. FFA, Landon Kreitz, Fallbrook FFA, Mason Stanley, Santa Isabel Julian 4-H, and Sam Edmonston, Santa Isabel Julian 4-H. This is your Class A Senior Beef Showmanship.
Well, we get into a really strong start in our senior showmanship. We'll go ahead and we're going to pull the young man up front. The young man with the black and white one can come back in here for finals. We do a really nice job. I'm not going to haunt on those any and tell you what they did right or wrong. Young man in the second hole, you're really, really close to making the pull. I think you do a really good job of leading that one in terms of getting in front of them. That's one of the things that I'm going to harp on today. I want you to go out and lead the cattle. I don't want the cattle to lead you. I don't want you to get off on the side of them. We just got to work on foot placement, and I think that comes with time. I think you have an idea of where you want those feet to be, just making sure you have a teammate to do the same thing with you. Young lady in the first young lady, so cool, calm, and collected. I love that about you. I love your stick speed. I love the way that you get that one's head cocked up and presented. Again, just got to work on some feet placement things. That's just little bitty nitpicky things that get us in this place that we are. I wish you would lead that calf out when you go ahead and walk him around the ring. Same thing can be said for the young lady in the back. That calf has fought you all day long, and I know you're really, really frustrated with him, and that happens. I talked about that in the hog show. Sometimes we don't know what side of the bed these things are going to wake up on, no matter how much we work with them at home. We just got to work on some feet placement things, maybe your posture a little bit. I want you to stand up tall, stand out in front of them, put your feet together. Again, very nice start. I know we're going to be pretty picky. We've got to get down to 10, but young man up front's going to go ahead and come back. Young man in the middle will come back. Let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause. Show them our appreciation.
Coming back for beef showmanship drive, Mason Stanley and Landon Kreitz. Coming in the ring for Class 2, I have Christine White, Valley Center 4-H, Carly Lazalier, Ramona FFA, Sammy McQuetta, Ramona FFA, Tatum Stanley, Santa Isabel, Jillian 4-H, and Ty Edmonsted, Santa Isabel, Jillian 4-H.
Well, I'll just kind of tell you, for me, I'll just be honest. You don't have to do a whole lot of crazy things out here. You just got to be a basic, good, fundamentally good showman. You don't have to do any crazy tricks. Yeah, just got to get them shown for me. I think there's 3 young people out here that just do that to the best of their ability. None of them are perfect, and no showman is perfect out there. So let me preface it with that. But I think there's 3 young ladies that do, maybe to a higher degree. We're going to go ahead and bring back the 3 young ladies in this class. Nothing to take away from our 2 young men. Young man in the middle here, I think you do an awfully good job. I love your posture. I love your confidence. That calf has fought you again pretty much the entire time you've been out here. This is pretty nitpicky for me, but I'm not a very big fan of a left turn. We have a saying for it at home that I probably don't need to say on the mic, but I want you to make a right turn whenever you circle these things around, and I want you to kind of show them that you're the boss. That's not the reason you don't get pulled, young man. We just got to work on some feet. Just something that, hey, if you're listening in the back, that's kind of a clue for how the rest of the day is going to go. Young man in the back, I told you in your class, I felt for you. I felt for you yesterday when you were in the hog show because I so badly wanted you to be in the top 10 because I thought you did a killer job. Same thing here. That steer wants to hang out with the heifer. He's kind of just trying to feel it out and figure out where he wants to be in life. And so because of that, we probably aren't as secure in terms of our feet placement. But I think you do a really good job. I thought you've done a really good job all week, so I commend you for that. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for you today in showmanship. But again, we're going to bring back these 3 young ladies. Let's give them all a round of applause on a very, very good job. Well done.
Coming back from Class B, Senior Beef Showmanship, Christine White, Carly Lazalier, and Tatum Stanley. Now entering the ring will be your Class C, Senior Beef Showmanship, Clayton Kreitz, Fallbrook FFA, Cody Sheppy, Santa Isabel Julian 4-H, Joseph White, Valley Center 4-H, Kiara Conine, 56 Ranchers 4-H, and Matthew Parker, Ramona FFA.
Well, again, I think we have a really another awesome heat of senior showmen. And guys, it kills me to leave some of you out here standing because I think you do a really, really excellent job. It's just little bitty things that separate you from the top end, just like it has been in the entire week. So just know, just because I send you back to the barn doesn't mean you're a bad showman by any means or any stretch of the imagination. Maybe your calf just didn't want to work with you, or maybe I just doing something that's maybe a pet peeve of mine a few different times. But very, very good job to each one of you. We're going to go ahead and keep the young man in the back. We're going to keep the young man here in the middle and the young lady there at the front. Again, nothing to take away from the two exhibitors we're going to leave. Young man, you're on the cusp of getting poles, and I wish you would just get out in front of that calf just a little bit more in terms of getting out in front of that one's nose when you get him set, because I think you've done all the homework at home. I talked about how good you had that one presented in your class. Like I said, it's just nitpicky things when we get back out here that kind of separates you from the top end. You get in front of that calf, and I think you become an excellent, excellent showman. Young man there in the with the black calf, man, that one does not want to work with you today. And we said he's a big boy, and he's kind of using a big boy attitude today in terms of just kind of being a handful. But you're trying your heart out in terms of getting that one presented. You're trying to do everything you can to get him set. It's just not working out in your favor, and sometimes that's how the day goes. But I think both of you do an excellent job. We'll bring back those three into our senior finals and see how it shakes out.
Coming back from Class C Beef Showmanship, Clayton Kreitz, Cody Sheppy, Kiara Conine. Now entering the ring is Class D Beef Showmanship, Chase Nickens, Ramona FFA, Darby Quantrell, Ramona Wranglers 4-H, Jade Miller, Valley Center 4-H, Peyton Scott, Santa Isabel, Julian 4-H. This will be the last class before we go into senior showmanship drive. Coming back from Class 1 Beef Showmanship, Mason Stanley, Landon Kreitz. Class 2, Christine White, Carly Lazalier, Tatum Stanley. Class 3, Clayton Kreitz, Cody Sheppy, and Kiara Conine.
round out our senior show, we're going to do is bring back these two ladies into our finals. If y'all want to get out of here and go get those cattle reset, you're more than welcome to. Nothing to take away from these two young men. We just got to work on feet placement, and that all it comes down to. Sometimes we get them a little splayed out up front. Maybe we don't have the presence being a young man on the halter as we do for our young ladies. I still think y'all are very good and confident. Maybe you just don't have the poise, quite the presence. I just want you to get out in front of those cattle a little bit more, kind of the way that these two young ladies are in front of the, there you go, you already said, there you go, starting to make that way. Just kind of get out in front of them and get them stuck that way. Then I can see their front ends and all of those things. Maybe put our feet together just a little bit more. Little bitty things like that separate you from the top end. Both of you are very, very high quality sticks. Just some feet placement issues are what get us beat here today. But again, we'll bring back these two ladies into our finals in just a minute. Let's give all of our seniors a round of applause. Juniors and intermediates, I'd encourage you to come watch these seniors because I think they're very high quality.
Coming back from Class D Beef Showmanship, Jade Miller and Peyton Scott. We will be going into our Beef Showmanship drive. This includes our class winners, Jade Miller, Peyton Scott from Class D, Class C, Clayton Kreitz, Cody Sheppy, Kiara Conine, Class B, Christine White, Carly Laslier, Tatum Stanley, and Class A, Mason Stanley and Landon Kreitz.
Well, before we get any further into our showmanship, let's give these seniors a very, very big round of applause. Unlike last night, I don't have any antics up my sleeve just yet. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk 6 through 10, just like we did last night, and let them go back to the barns. That way they can come back up here and watch their contemporaries compete for the top 5, because I think our top 5 are exceptionally good. And they're in no particular order right now, but I just wanted to see how some of our cattle utilize the ring, or how our exhibitors utilize the ring with the cattle. But again, I think we have a very, very, very solid top end. And maybe there's just some minute differences that separate 10 from the top end. But again, it just comes down to personal preference and kind of how I like them. If you're an intermediate or junior, again, if you're not watching, then you might be missing out. I'll just tell you how I feel. I want you to get those cattle's head cranked. They don't have to be too high. They've got to be just high enough. I want you to hold pretty close to that one's halter, and you'll notice that my top 5 do those things. Obviously, foot placement is important. I want your posture to be good. I want you to get out in front of them. Just little bitty things begin to separate you from your contemporaries in terms of your top end. So what I'm going to do again is I'm going to talk 10 through 6. Then we'll get right in top 5 and maybe play a little games with them just for fun, just like I did with the swine and the sheep showman this week. So young man with the red Angus appearing steer there in the second hole is going to go ahead and be 10. I think you do a really, really solid job. There's just a handful of times that calf was out of place just a little bit. Probably didn't utilize your show stick in terms of getting out and presented in the way that we needed to, but I think you do a really solid job. You're really good on the show stick. All of that comes with time. That calf is giving you a run for your money in the last few minutes. So like I said, 6 through 10, we'll go ahead and let you exit the ring whenever you get placed. That way you can come back and watch the top 5. Very, very good start into our top 10. Young lady circling here with the black steer is going to go ahead and be 9. I think you do a really good job. That calf has obviously been worked with at home. It's just personal preference. Sometimes you want to make that circle just a little bit tight. Sometimes you don't want to hold to the halter quite as close as I'd like you to. But again, I think you do a really, really, really good job. Just a few times we got a little bit out of whack. We were just a little bit slower in terms of making that transition. Young lady behind her is going to go ahead and be 8. I think you do as phenomenal of a job in terms of foot placement as any. Sometimes I just want you to get out in front of that calf, kind of turn your body towards that calf, and I always want your left foot to be in line with that calf's left foot, and that really, really helps your posture. Kind of just makes it a seamless transition when you turn around and get those animals set, but a very, very good job to that young lady. Young man up front is going to go ahead and be 7. I think you do a stellar job in terms of your composure, your posture, all of those things, especially for a young man, are exceptional. Your attention to detail in terms of feet placement is also very, very good. I love the way that you get that one's head out of the top side of his shoulder. Sometimes we just get a little bit wonky with our feet placement. I know that steer is tired. He's been up a long time, and he doesn't have the soundest set of wheels, so he gets a little bit, antsy off of his back too. But I think you do as good of a job as any in making sure that calf is always presented to the highest quality and to the best of your degree. Sometimes, again, just a little bit out of whack, just a little bit slower to get that presented. Young lady with the short horn is going to be 6. You do a really good job. There's just a handful of times that I caught that heifer. She wants to kind of throw her neck out, doesn't want to show herself off quite as well. Your intensity when you come through the gate is second to none. I think you do an awesome job. Again, splitting hairs to make it in the top 5. I think you do a really good job. Just little bitty things like getting that one's head presented just a little bit better will really put you into the top 5. So again, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. We're going to go ahead and excuse them and let them go to the barns. We'll get through and we'll work your 5 here pretty quickly and momentarily. Again, one more round of applause for a really good set of senior exhibitors. Well, before we talk about our top 5, let's give them a round of applause. They are in no particular order from top to bottom. But again, I think they do an exceptional job. It comes down to splitting hairs. Again, personal preference is what short showmanship, no matter who's behind the mic. So you may not win today, but you could be master showman under somebody else tomorrow. And I think that's the beauty of this. I thought there was a handful of exhibitors that were just a little more consistent all the way across the board. Just so you know, when I want you, and this is just kind of a pet peeve, not pet peeve of mine, just something that we picked up when I switch. I want you to go off, and I want cattle. That way you know what you need to change about them. I went through and asked each one of these top 5 what would you change about the calf that you're showing, because I wanted them to recognize what those calves' strengths and weaknesses are, and I thought they all did a phenomenal job. But if you get to a higher level, if you'll just take a step back off of these cattle, look at them, then you can take in your head, hey, that one's a little bad top, that one probably is bucks over in its knee, little bitty things that you can pick up on, and then take that calf for a little jog and kind of show me, hey, I'm a good stick no matter what calf I'm showing. Again, that does not sort your top 5, but I think you're a good enough showman that you need to know that down the road, and that just makes you a little bit better showman when you get into a little bit deeper waters. But that's nothing to take away from the quality of your kids here at the Ramona County Junior Fair, because it is exceptionally good. What I'm going to do is I'm going to talk from 5 up. Very, very good quality, very splitting hairs. Young lady with the short horn in the back is going to be 5th. I think you do a really good job of getting that one parked and presented. There was just a couple of times maybe you took a circle for a motorcycle instead of a circle for the 18-wheeler that you've got on the end of that halter. So just know that when you're cruising around the ring, I don't need turn. I don't want you to make a left turn either, but I just want you to make a big enough turn to where you can kind of pull in and grab those things with ease. But again, I thought you did a very, very nice job. Personal preference, I just want you to put your feet together. Again, little bitty things separate us from the very top. Very, very nice job to you. I thought you've done an excellent job since the beginning of this show. Young man, you just happen to be the 4th one. Young man tried to scratch from showmanship because that calf was a little bit dirty. That doesn't bother me, but that makes me think that you care, and I really, really admire that. I'm glad that you came back out here because you were beyond worthy being in the top 4. I know that calf is shut down on you here pretty good, so I hope you go get him a little bit happier when you get back in here for your grand drive. You were a phenomenal stick. You do a very, very job of presenting that calf. I know that his front end structure is not perfect, and maybe that's just a little bit harder to get parked and planted, but your presence from the side, the way that you get that calf presented is awfully good. Nitpicky things, like I said, he wants to shut down on you, probably doesn't let you get the absolute most out of him in the last few minutes, and that's where we split hairs from getting top 3. I think our top 3 are exceptionally close. I'll be the first to tell you, we're going to go based off of a first impression when he came off the ring the very first time. That's one thing that I always got taught back at home. You never know who's watching you from the outside, so I always want you to know that I'm watching, and I'm just seeing some of the things when you come back out here into the showmanship ring. I think that magnifies it. Young man up front, you are going to be a very, very close 3rd. There was just a couple of times that maybe that calf shoulder was a little bit too far out. Maybe his front feet wanted to splay out just a little bit. Personal preference, I want you to hold a little bit higher on your show stick. Other than that, I think you do an absolutely phenomenal job of getting that calf stuck. You're a hammer when that one is stuck in. I love the way that you get that one's head out of his shoulders, present him in the best possible manner. Like I said, sometimes his shoulder just wants to get a little bit forward when we're pulling him on the stick. Sometimes you don't want to hold up on your show stick just as much as I'd like. Personal preference, and that is very, very small things. I am not biased to a young lady. I'll use a young man all day long. It just so happens that the 2 young ladies that we have left are absolute sticks. They're very different in their type and kind, but I think they both have their challenges. That black calf is not easy to stick because he wants to throw his back leg about every time that you get him stuck, and I think you do a phenomenal job of making sure that he doesn't. Young lady with the red one, that is not fun to show. We do a lot of that at home, and I've been 3rd more times than I can count with a showmanship heifer that acts just like this. But your demeanor is awfully good. A killer in terms of getting that one presented. You're so smooth on the stick, and I love that. There's been a handful of times, there hasn't been any more than a handful of times that little bitty young heifer has gotten away from you or gotten out of line. I think you're so good in terms of moving that one around. Like I said, it is splitting hairs. I thought there was one young exhibitor that maybe was just a little bit more consistent time that they came in the ring. Now, yeah, if that black steer is going to be your champion. Congratulations.
What an awesome senior showmanship drive. First place, Tatum Stanley. Second place, Kiara Conine. Third place, Landon Kreitz. Fourth place, Clayton Kreitz. Fifth place, Peyton Scott. Sixth place, Carly Laslier. Seventh place, Mason Stanley. Eighth place, Jade Miller. Ninth place, Christine White. And 10th place, Cody Sheppy. Victoria Stanley, come here, please. Hold the gate. Sorry. You want all of them? Okay. Okay, we're going into our intermediate showmanship class. I have 11 exhibitors. They're all in this class. So this is going for our drive as well. Abigail Martin, Manzanita 4-H. Anthony Trujillo, All Tribes FFA. Blake Sheppy, Santa Isabel Julian 4-H. Cameron Martineau, Ramona Wranglers 4-H. Colby Powell, Lakeside Middle School FFA. Elizabeth Dunmar, 56 Ranchers 4-H. Maya Contreras, Ramona Paisanos 4-H. Morgan Martinez, All Tribes FFA. Paige Sinisa, Santa Isabel Julian 4-H. Samantha White, Valley Center 4-H. Sierra Mendenhall, Santa Isabel Julian 4-H.
Well, we're going to run this intermediate kind of the same way that we did with our seniors. We're going to go ahead and keep back those 4. We're going to let them work in the ring in just a minute. We'll work through 11 through the remaining up to 5. But again, we do a really, really good job of just some basics. There's some just fundamental things that separate us. The way that you hold your show stick, the way that you hold your chain, just little bitty things I think separate all of us from maybe the top end. I think those 4 are just hammers in terms of the way that they present those animals. Varying differences between the 2, or between the 4, I'm sorry. But again, very, very nice job. What I'm going to go through is we'll talk each one of these real quick so your parents can hear, and then we'll get you a placing. Young lady up front, I give you a round of applause myself because you come out here and been an absolute hammer. That calf has had your try to eat your lunch multiple times, whether it be in your class or out here. You have not quit on that calf the entire time. So that takes pure determination, because if I had to take a guess, that calf's head weighs quite as much as you do, and I think you're doing an awesome job of getting that one presented. I know he's acting like a turd, but I hope his better days and your better days as a showman are ahead of you. Young lady in the 2-hole, that one is obviously very, very green, very fresh. Probably hasn't been to a whole bunch of shows. And that kind of shows just in terms of his attitude. I know he's kind of trying to take you for a whirl over here. There you go, exactly. He's showing off now. But you've kept your demeanor the entire time. I think you've done an excellent, excellent job. It's just a matter of little bitty things. Maybe pulling that calf in a little bit straighter. Just getting him to cooperate with you is the main thing. But again, I think you do an awesome job. The Hereford appearing one that we talked about, you were an absolute hammer on the stick when we came in here for our feeders. There's a few times maybe I've caught you just getting those calves' feet a little bit stretched out, or maybe right now they're a little bit opposite of where they should be. But I think you're really, really good in terms of your posture from the side, your poise, your presence, and all of those things are very, very good. When you do recognize those feet are out of whack, you do a very good job of getting them presented. I love that you stand out in front of that calf and really, really present them. Hey, we aren't placing them yet. I'm sorry, Bella. We're not placing them yet. I'm sorry. I'm just talking them. That's my fault. It's my antics. I'm a little different every time. Young lady with the red Angus here, I think you do an excellent job of getting those that one's feet exactly where they need to go. I just want you to stand out in front of that calf each time. That's the only thing that separates you from making the top end, because you're an absolute hammer in terms of getting that one presented. Just got to get out in front of that calf, really show them off. Young man, I think you do an excellent job as well. There's just a handful of times I catch you behind that calf on the lead, but I think you do an awesome job when we get that one stuck and presented. So you have, again, worked your way up in the show. I thought you did an awesome job. From then on, I think you're doing an incredible job right now. Just want to get you out calf and maybe hold your show stick a little bit differently. Young lady with the black steer, that one is not wanted to cooperate with you the entire time that you've been out here, but I thought you did a killer job when you came out here into your actual class. I know that calf is trying to ride other things, kind of trying to figure out life again, but I think you do a really good job with your head posture. Where we do everything else, it maybe gets a little bit questionable in terms of our feet placement. That's the only place I want to change. Young lady, I describe you as silent but deadly because you probably didn't hit me as hard right out of the gate, but you've done as solid of a job as any out here. Like I said, didn't hit me quite as hard, but I think you've done an absolutely awesome job from then on. I think you're awesome in terms of the way that you get that calf presented. Maybe we could get his head just a little bit higher, but you do an awesome job of getting that one, stop, pull down, all the things. It's hard to ever catch that calf without his feet in the right spot. Again, probably just don't hit me with as much intensity as some of the others. Because of that, you're going to wind up and be fifth, and that's a very, very close fifth because I wanted you to be a little bit higher. Again, probably not as intense as some of the others that we've seen today. Young lady right here with the red Angus is going to go ahead and be sixth. And if y'all want, we'll just go ahead and pull him. That way Bella can get it in. If you want, whatever's easier for you. Yeah, we'll pull you right here. Young lady, you're going to go ahead and be sixth. If you'll just get out in front of that calf, I think it really, really makes a big difference. Young man right there with the other red Angus, you're going to be seventh. I think you do an awesome, awesome job. It's just a matter of getting me a little more consistent in terms of the way that it comes together. Mr. Hereford, that's your new name for me. I think you're going to be a close eighth. I think you do an awesome job. There's just a couple of times where that calf was just a little bit wonky. Young lady with the black in the back is going to follow her. I think you do a killer job. We just got to get that one's feet in a little bit better position. For me, you two are going to go ahead and tie for 10th. And in my mind, I think both of you do an awesome job. It's just a matter of having a teammate that wants to work with you. So congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll let you go back to the barns. We're going to work these top four just a little bit harder. But again, one more big round of applause because I think these intermediates are darn sure deserving of it.
Those two that just exited the ring, I do need those two names so I can get them their ribbons. Dakota, I need these names.
Well, again, we bring our intermediate finals out here, and they're doing an absolutely stellar job. There's minute differences between each one. I'll be honest, I think there's one showman out here that's absolutely grown on me every time they've come into the ring. Nothing to take away from the other three, but they've probably done as consistent of a job from start to finish of the show today until now. And so we'll just go through again, talk each one of them very, very briefly. Young lady in the back, you have been killer on the stick all day. That heifer is not feeling it anymore. And I know that you're trying everything you can in your power to get her reeled back in, but I think you do an awesome job. Sometimes it just takes two to tango, and that's kind of the only thing that separates you maybe from everybody else, but you're doing an absolutely stellar job. Young lady in the third hole, the gray heifer right there, and again, they're not placed in any particular order. You've done a really, really good job the entirety of this show. You know, sometimes somebody may pick on you. That heifer doesn't get her head up quite as high as what you want. She's not built for that, and that's okay. I think you do everything you can to get the most out of that heifer. I think you've done an absolutely stellar job. There's just a handful of times maybe you just want to get a little bit wonky, get behind her head, just ever so slightly, but very, very, very nice job. Young man in the 2-hole, yours as tense as they come. And I love that about you because you really, really want this, and I can tell on your face how much it means to you. There's been only a couple of times where that heifer's not absolutely parked and presented to the best of her ability. You did a killer job with a little bitty Highland. I say little bitty. She's not that little, but a younger, greener heifer earlier today, and I thought that was a really, really tough job to get that one presented the way she needed to be. I think you're doing the same thing out here. Very, very nice job. Young man up front, I think you do a killer job as well. That heifer's kind of taking you for a run for her money in the last few minutes, and that's not very fun to be around. But I think you've done a killer job in terms of making sure that that one's presented the way that she needs to be. Sometimes you want to get her feet cranked out a little bit farther in front of her than what's ideal. But again, that's being very, very nitpicky. Only thing I'm going to pick on y'all for is if you're watching the seniors, I just want you to come back and take a look. Then circle those heifers whenever you get your hands on them just to show me how good of a showman you are. But again, that's being very, very nitpicky. I'm going to put the mic down. We'll get you one more look, and we'll pick you a champion, and we'll go from champion down to fourth. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Congratulations to our beef intermediate showman. First place, Colby Powell. Second place, Abigail Martin. Third place, Cameron Martineau. Fourth place, Maya Contreras. I have a couple of names. I think I got the placings correct, but I need to verify my 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th places. So hang tight on those. Right now I have Sierra Mendenhall as 5th. 6th place, Anthony Trujillo. 7th place, Elizabeth Dunmar. 8th place, Blake Sheppy. 9th place, Paige. And tying for 10th was Morgan and Samantha. I am reaching out to your leaders to verify those ribbons. Sorry about that, guys. Going into our junior showmanship for beef, I have 4 entries in this junior showmanship class. Easton Martineau, Ramona Wranglers 4-H. Kendall Blackburn, Ramona Paisanos 4-H. Luna Contreras, Ramona Paisanos 4-H. And Wyatt Powell, East County Grange. We're ready for your junior showmanship class.
Well, I think these four junior showmen deserve a very, very large round of applause. I'm not rushing through this, I promise, by no means. I know the cattle are tired. I know the kids are tired. These four have been on my mind the entire show because I think they're four very, very good showmen. We're going to go through and just talk each one of them. I want to give kudos to the young lady up front with the bull. That it takes courage and it takes a little bit of gumption to come back in here for showmanship after the tricks that he played in here in the real show. I think you have a really bright future, young lady. I think you're doing an awesome job with that bull. Your ability to be so cool, calm, and collected is stellar, and I love that about you. Obviously, he's not letting you work with him in showmanship very much, and that just comes with the territory of having a baby bull out here, but you're doing an awesome job. Young man in the 2-hole, I love his passion. You can come out here and say, hey, that kid wants to be out here. I asked him if I could take a Highland home. He told me no. Yeah, so he said it takes about 45 minutes to get that one dry here, and I think it would take me about 3 hours to get that one dry with the 100% humidity we have at home. But that young man obviously has a lot of passion, and I commend him. I asked him to just hang out and let that bull get set, and he had no problem doing that. So I know you wanted to be first, and that does not separate you from anything, but I appreciate what you did and letting that young lady get out in front of you. Young man in the 3 holes is intense and as fired up as anybody. I asked him if he was having fun. He didn't crack a smile at all, but he told me he was having a lot of fun. And that just tells me that he's very, very intense in nature, and I love that. There has not been a single time where I've seen that female be out of whack. Obviously, your front feet probably don't go in the same hole as some others in terms of just being dead level, but that's just the way she's designed, and it just takes a showman to know when to stop. But I think you're doing an absolutely good job. I love the way that you lead that female into it. I know she's been kind of a handful, but you hung in the entire time. Same thing goes for the lady in the back. I know that one, and I got a little bit fired up when she came back in here for showmanship, but I think you've been an absolute hammer on the stick. You've been so good in terms of the way that you utilize that one show stick on that female. You're doing an awesome job in terms of getting that one pulled together. She's not really cooperating with you right now, and that's just part of the game of showmanship, but I think you're doing an absolutely good job. It's a proud moment to know that you and your family raised that heifer, the one that wound up being reserve, and the bull up front. So no matter what happens the rest of the week, I think you're doing a credible job. I think you've got an awesome breeding program at home, so you can take pride in that, young lady. Again, very good set of intermediate showmen. I'm just going to tell you how I like them on the mic. Young lady up front, you're going to be 4, but I think you're a very, very good showman. Obviously, you kind of ran into some obstacles today. If you get him set up like that in the future, I think you're going to be rivaling these other 3, so keep working at it. Young lady in the back, you're going to be a very, very close 3. Sometimes we just had her a little bit out of whack, and that's the only thing that separated you from it. Young man, and these 2 young men are going to be your champion in reserve. I haven't exactly said how yet. I think there was one that was maybe just a little bit quicker. I think there's one that utilizes their show stick just a little bit better, probably a little more aggressive on the show stick. But young man in the red vest is going to be our reserve champion. Young man directly in front of me is going to be our champion. Congratulations to these 4.
Congratulations to your Beef Junior Showman winner, Easton Martineau, Ramona Wranglers 4-H. Second place, Wyatt Powell, East County Grange. Third place, Luna Contreras, Ramona Paisanos 4-H. And fourth place, Kendall Blackburn, Ramona Paisanos 4-H. This will bring us to our novice senior showman. I have 2 of them, Danny Lynn Miller and Preston Anderson. Right after this, we will be tearing down the ring and can use any additional help to set it for champion drive. Also, I have my other 10th place ribbon for my intermediate showman. Please come see me.
Well, I know I've probably taken longer in terms of showmanship in the show, but again, I just want you to know I'm giving each one of these kids a good look. I want them to gain something out of this, and the county fair is fun. Any fair and livestock show is fun, but I hope that you've been able to follow along and learn. Again, I'm going to take the time to give these kids every chance that they've got to come out here and compete, because that's what this is all about. If you two would have lied to me and told me that you were senior experience, I wouldn't have doubted you, because I think both of you do an absolutely killer job. And the fact that y'all are both novices is awfully, awfully impressive, because I still think you would have been maybe in the top 10 of the seniors. So I want you to take both of that and take that for what it's worth. You both do an awesome, awesome job. You're both so consistent on the show stick, so good in terms of their feet placement. Young man in the back, you tried to get a little bit picky there, and I like that, because that means you're aggressive. I'm going to tell you what they tell me at home. Sometimes good enough and 99% is good enough. Obviously, always work 110%, but these cattle have a mind of their own. You probably figure that out being a novice. They kind of decide when they want to do something, but just know in showmanship, 99% of the time is good enough. But you do an absolutely hammered job in terms of getting that one presented. Thought you did a killer job in your class as well. Like I said, you have a really good show stick presence. You have really good presence from the side, all of those things. It's obvious that you've worked with that calf at home, so I commend you for that. Young lady, brought I guess I'm going to call her a project, because if I've tried to bring a 4-year-old cow out here, I don't think my heifers would have acted, or my cows would act near as good as what that female does. So I think you're doing an absolute killer job in terms of getting that one presented. I think you do an awesome job in terms of making sure her feet placement is correct. You probably nail it a little bit harder in terms of the little bitty things, like getting that one loin down, getting her head presented in the way that we need to. But I think you do an absolutely awesome job. You probably get behind her just a little bit when you get her on the lead. If I had one that had that heavy a head, I probably would have to get behind her too. So just a little bit of talking points so we can talk in here. Again, I think it is very, very close. You both do an absolutely killer job. Again, I would bet that you probably would have made the top 10 in the senior advance. So whichever one of you gets to go on to the master showmanship tomorrow, I'll be impressed to see how you do, because I think you're both awesome. Young lady up front is going to be our champion. Young man, you're going to be a close reserve.
Coming back for Master Showmanship Novice Senior for beef is Danny Lynn Miller. Second place is Preston Anderson. That concludes our beef show. Thank you all for coming on out. Please stay around. We're going to be doing Champion Drive, and it is bound to be exciting here in about an hour.